What's up? Hello, hello, hello. Replimune is down on these briefing documents. Most people thought it would be down more. It's only down 20%. The FDA very, very critical of Replimune. Good morning, everybody. Memory trade very stressed. Korea is out in the dumps. Korea and Japan dumped very hard last night, leading everyone to wonder what would happen in the US. Does the tail wag the dog? Or will the dog wag the tail? Find out today. Out in the dumps. It's the $1 billion question, right? I don't think OTLK is long. See a small rally here. First thing you got to do is not panic, he says while screaming. First thing, just don't panic. Ah! If you panic, it knows. It can smell it. It can taste your fear. Don't panic. I think, Capper is basically done, right? I mean, it's not too far from cash value. I don't think anything's going to happen at the AdCom that'll make it a miracle or something, but it's basically Oba. It's over. And FDA looks like it's standing on business on Replimune, which everyone on Wall Street is trading this morning. Pretty wild ride on these briefing documents. Starts the day at 875, trades all the way down to 425. Now is at 665. I always wanted my friend Amjad to buy Replimune so he could have the ticker Repl. Because it's like his company, Replit, if you know Replit. All right. Looking at an old app I made. This old ass Express app. Let me see if I can get this thing to run. NPM start. Nice. Localhost 3000, I'm guessing. No, 4000. Oh, which route? Ah, yes. Let's see here. All right, let's see what's going on at most. Big gainers. Not many. Equivia, Thomson Reuters, Unilever. Losers, Replimune, Corning. Let me see if I can get this thing to work. Hold on. Before I can make this happen, hold on. Aha, there it is. There's a big earthquake in Japan. Or was it in Asia? Taiwan? I'm not sure where it was actually. Good morning. Re- Revolution probably get approved any day now. I'm not sure it matters what specific day they get approved, though. I mean, it's kind of whatever, you know? Look at this Replimune. Got retard strength. I think a lot of people just thought it was an easy short and got in, but it kind of is an easy short. I mean, FDA. It's pretty explicit here. It ain't happening, homie. You gotta run a new trial. You got 9 minutes. The market opens. Yeah, I agree with you, Durag. We're gonna change that. I don't think Iovance is affected at all. Corning just smoked. So is Amcor, Sanmina. Kind of a bad day for tech. What's going on with Alkermes? Alkermes bad quarter. I wish I was short zombies. Yeah, I'm probably gonna work on 10x today, as well as some of the other stuff that'll be coming out in the next few weeks. Yeah, is that what's going on with Alkermes? Yeah. Is that why we're down? Bad news from the other sectors? I don't know. I'm not going to work on Q. I've already said Q is retarded. Wanna be Zolaire? How bad do you want to be Zolaire, man? Zolaire's generic. Stop the bullshit. Yeah, maybe it is fairly valued, Paul. I like it. Yeah. I heard you the first million times. I'm sure they want it to be a better Zolaire, but it's not. Works the same way. It's all about better. Office tour? How? How would I give you an office tour? It's Miho. I don't know who Miho is. Hiker cut on Wednesday. I don't think they have to do either, right? Why? Roche is a huge drug company. Why wouldn't they have 100,000 people? A global company in every country. Could they be leaner? Maybe. You know, they are a specialty company. They can probably get away with 20,000 people or something. Isn't trading a waste of time? Well, I'm so glad you asked that because I came up with this thing called Kelly. I don't want to show it to you. I'm actually going to adjust it later today, but here's what it looks like. All right. So this is a coin. It has a 60-40 probability of landing on heads. How much do you want to bet? Your bankroll is $25. How much do you bet each time? Do you go all in? I bet you want to go all in. Let's see what happens if we go all in. Go all in each time. Well, you know what's going to happen. One of the times you're going to flip and you're wrong. So you might get a couple flips right in a row, 4, but you're eventually going to go broke. So, all right, maybe 80% of your money? Nope. Pretty bad as well. Made it 5 flips, 3 flips. Oh, 28 flips. Went broke anyway. All right, how about 60% of the time should I flip my money? Okay, whoa, that was good. Survived for a little bit there. Still in the game. All right, I went from 25 bucks to 14 G's. Now you probably would have taken your money out at the top, right? Let's spin again. There, I wasn't so lucky. I only got up to 40 from 25. Same thing. Rough. Seems like it crashed out pretty fast here. All right, let me go to 50. 50-50. Half the bankroll each time. That should work, right? Infinite gains. Oh, shit. Well, we got to 8K. Keep the dream alive? Nope. All right, how about 45% of my bankroll? Oh, shit. Let's go. 50K, 80K, 100, 600. See, I would have taken all my money out at 600. I know that's the number. Oh, never mind. I would have taken it out at 8 million. What a run. 70 mil. Let's go. Yeah, it looks like it's over. Round trip from 75 mil to 5K. Dang. It's over, bros. So the reason this is important is because I want you to think about bet sizing. Generally speaking, everyone overbets. The Paul Tudor Jones lesson. Market's open, by the way. Replimune falling, now down at 6. Sure doesn't seem so good for Repl. FGA's going to say no yet again. How many times does it have to say no? So anyway, if we go to, say, 15% of the bankroll, how do we do? D-Wave getting crushed? Yeah. Crushed, but yeah, it's down. So you can see this is a pretty efficient process. You know, if you have an ability to get 60-40, hey Christina, if you got a 60-40, which a lot of us, I think, if you think about it, can you be right in the market 60% of the time, 60-40? That doesn't sound crazy. And you see, if you control your bet size, look at how the simulator is up to 600 million, now billion. All it had to do is find 900, basically 1,000 bets where it was 60-40. Can you find 1,000 bets over your life that are 60-40? I bet you can. Look at Capper, look at Cassava. That's it. You got to $1 trillion, 1,300 flips. So the Kelly criteria tells you how efficient it is. The optimal bet is actually 20%, which is 60-40. But if we make the edge just 55, the optimal bet is 10%. And it's mathematically proven that's the right bet. Not 9, not 11, but 10. And so let's do 9 and see how we do. This is a much smaller edge. It's just 55%. But look how it's able to preserve capital. And now we're back green. Had some really bad luck there for a minute. The point isn't that Kelly gives you some perfect secret recipe to making money. There's no secret recipe. Yeah, 5% edge is 55, so 55 minus 45 is the Kelly criterion, which is a 10% bankroll bet each time. And you'll see how this compounds. You never know with precision your edge. There's many, like I said, this is a idealized concept, but it's supposed to be a concept, nothing more. The concept is that if you type Kelly, or you do, actually do kelly.godel, this should work. Let's see if this works. kelly.godelterminal.com. Yeah, try this out. There's no timing. That's the idea here. How's it going? So you see here, it takes a lot of flips. So the edge is just 55, which is a lot less than 60. And you see just how many flips it takes. It takes forever. Big drawdowns too. My grind's just getting smoked here. Doesn't want to see 700 something. It feels like it. Intel 2. And there it is after 3,000 flips, which, 55, 45, I bet you can do one of those a day. So this would take you 10 years, but you would turn 25 into 60 million. So it's that consistency, just constant 55, 45, constant 55, 45. And guess what? Being right 55% of the time doesn't feel like you're a genius. It kind of feels normie. But look what the results get you. $1 billion. And the Koreans, what are they doing? They're betting their bankroll way too high. That's why they crash out right away, basically.
Basically, everyone's betting their bankroll way too high. And it's a sign of impatience. We all want to get rich yesterday, of course. But there's an optimal amount. And look, this thing almost crashed out too. But there it is, 8 billion. It feels very normy to be right 55% of the time. You don't feel like you're an investment god, but you are if you are right 55% of the time. The hard part is the discipline. The hard part is expected value. You know, it's not just being right 55% of the time. It's also being right 55% of the time with equal upside downside. If you sell out of the money puts or calls, you'll be right 99% of the time, but that's not your expected value. But yeah, discipline is critical. Consistency. We all want change. We all want to feel like we're growing or something like that, or doing something differently. We get bored. But the reality is, yeah, there's 5,000 flips. I mean, you make one coin flip a day. That's one trade a day with 55% edge. This would take you 20 years. But look at the number, 100 billion. 20 years ain't that long. And along the way, you get some pretty big gains. But there's taxes, there's stress, there's drama. There it is. 5,000 flips got to $1 trillion. So, you know, it would go on for infinity, obviously. So 55% edge, 9% bankroll bet. But again, in Korea, you know, it's a 50% bankroll. What's going to happen? You're going to go broke each time, right? Does this resonate with anybody? You know, this guy 5x'd his money and then went broke, 67 trades. This guy barely ever got positive, 33 trades. This guy did great for a minute. He 20x'd his money, but he blew up too. These are all really, I mean, having a 55% edge is great. Let's see what happens if you have a 80% edge. Now, this is different. Nobody gets an 80% edge. This would work. 80% edge, basically, you can go all in almost every time. But who gets an 80% edge? Who's right 80% of the time? Almost nobody. Buffett's right 80% of the time, but he gets one trade a year. So you can see that's 78 flips, 80 flips. You're dead by then. 50% is actually Kelly optimal for 70-20. You can change it while it goes, which is funny. How about a 50? I'm going to make it so there's decimals. A 51% edge. How much should you bet? Almost nothing. Just 2%. Yeah, I think so, Yelena. But the problem, Yelena, is that that's just win-loss. That's not expected value. So while my win-loss ratio is extremely high, I'm picking situations where it's very obvious that I'm right. There's Replimune crawling back. So this is just a 1% edge, which is actually 51.49. And you're supposed to bet 2% of your bankroll, but see how long it takes to double your money. And this is why people give up, because you don't really have much of an edge in the market. If you have a 1% edge, you're doing great. And then look how long it takes. You got to find lots of 1% edges. This is how quant funds work.
Micron 814. Holy smokes. Wow, look at this guy. 51% edge, and he just had a really bad run. So now he's at $7. Ooh. Yes, that's why quants are making thousands of trades a day. So this is 3,000 flips, 2,000 flips. That might be just 2 days. So you could have a bad 2 days. It might be 1 day. It might be 5 minutes. When you have automated trading, I mean, it goes fast. Would Do Kwon say steady lads? Steady lads. Deploying more capital. This guy's still fighting it out. He's almost back to 25. Well, enough time, this guy will go to $1 trillion. Crazy, right? So that's kelly.godelterminal.com. Check that out. Show your friends. It's a fun little thing. Market's melting. Semis sort of taking the market down. DRAM down 11%. Holy shit. Micron down 10%. I don't think it can go worse than that, can it? What do you think, chat? Can it get worse? Of course it can always get worse, right? Oh, our guy's back in green with 5,000 flips. So think of yourself as a coin flipper. It might help if you're struggling with trading. You know, this is your 7th account. You've blown up each time. Think about the coin flipper. Play the Kelly game many times and you realize, oh shit, maybe I'm betting way too much. Hey, good morning. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Micron 808. Holy moly. Hynix? It's fine. It's good long. I mean, right now, the space is under siege. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going to happen. And money is flowing out of the space. So the supply and demand dynamics overwhelm the logic, which is fine. That's normal. And you can either be a trader that bets on the supply and demand. You could be a trader that bets on logic. You try to be a trader that bets on both. Most people are kind of one or the other. You follow the direction or they follow their thesis. Try to respect the direction. I do think that's important, but
That's just a little respect. It's not everything. You don't defer to the price action unless you have nothing else. And if you have nothing else, maybe you shouldn't be trading. But price has information. You know, clearly the market's telling you, despite all the good news, you know, the market's selling this stuff off. And there are pockets of bad news. NVIDIA's Rubin production slowing down, apparently. They're not going to fully ship as hard as they can. Obviously, there's a new Chinese memory maker. But there's plenty of good news, too. Be prepared for wild swings. You know, that's whenever you get a lot of people trading this stuff. You're in a crowded trade, so don't be surprised when folks are bolting for the door. It's very crowded and it's hard to get out. That was the same thing on the upside. Man, our homie's at 10,000 flips. He's barely above break even. Well, crowded trade is you have some money that is patient, that buys and holds and does nothing. Then you have marginal dollars. Marginal dollars are folks that want to get in and out quickly. Those folks kind of decide the price of stocks more than the passive dollars. And the guys that want to get in and out quickly, they, in the short run, decide the marginal price. In the long run, marginal price is kind of set by an unseen hand that looks at earnings. But in the short run, if I want to sell 1 million shares of Micron, it's going to pressure the stock $10. Now, it might go to a real long-term buyer who's sitting there gobbling up these shares. That's great. He's there buying, but I'm really driving what price he's buying at. Our 51% guy's almost broke. He's at $3. Rough drawdown, bro. He really has a 51% edge, too. Sad. This guy's struggling. Luck certainly plays a role, too. Did he crash out? Damn, he crashed out. That sucks. With 51% edge. See.
Well, how about with 53% edge? I don't know. That was Kelly optimal too. That was really bad. Sucks for him. Hyperliquid is more efficient than what? Problem is there's no stocks on there. I do play guitar. There's no counterparty guarantees either. You're not trading DRAM. You think you're trading DRAM. I have 2 cats. I also have a son. Little Bud. Bud is the cutest kid I've ever seen. I'm not just saying that because he's my son. Yeah, half Kelly or quarter Kelly is often better if you want to add a little bit more safety. Nothing wrong with that. But fortune favors the bold, according to Matt Damon. Would I like a daughter? You know, I'll take whatever the Lord gives me. Including a whole harem. I'll take that. I'll take 35 kids. No problem. Have little baseball teams. All right, Yankees, let's go. I want to see you beat the Mets. Mets, I love you guys too.
Bruh.
Is my soundboard back? Really? What is it?
Which bumbo clot dog I am? Cause this morning I wake up good enough. Give me a good blood clot dog. What kind of little bumbo clot dog this I'm give? He can't even bark louder blood clot. He can't even defend me.
Bumbo clot. I missed the soundboard. What else we got on here? I'm not married, by the way, but I do call her my wife anyway. I just want to be clear for legal reasons.
Real trap shit.
That's my baby mom's. That's my baby mom's.
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar!
God damn. Mom Donnie's New York's really changed. New York's really changed since Mom Donnie, man. Shit is different. Are you in New York, Christina? I didn't think you were.
China. China. China.
China. China. China. China.
China.
China.
China. China. Yeah, Codel is a little complicated. You have to use this backtick key, which is to the left of your 1 key on a keyboard. And basically that brings up this command line. And then once you have the command line, you can use different tools to use different functions. Like this is called HMS, which is a historical multiple securities. So this looks at stocks, this compares stocks. Let's see, over last week, for example, this is Micron. Let me add Google. Let me add, let me add Intel. Let me add Sarepta, AMD. This is just over last week. SLS, SpaceX, SanDisk, and I could add some foreign stocks. So let me add Kioxia. Kioxia is the biggest loser, down 28%. But many of these stocks are losers. Let's see, Lilly is probably, yeah, there's Lilly. I am still in. It's nasty. Final capitulation, perhaps? Who knows? Only time will tell. Be patient. So anyway, close that by hitting escape. Kelly thing is still going. It's funny. You can move windows with shift on the keyboard. Move this over here. I have 2 of these open, so I'm just going to close that. Whatever's green is active, so it's got a green outline. I can press tab to change that. There's this guy over here. Opco's up the most, 28%. And this guy, KNSA, amazing how they got this drug to be $1 billion drug. We were going to buy this too. Remarkable. Great management. This is probably one of the best run drug companies there is. I mean, holy shit. Still probably cheap. The heat map is fun. You could also go to heatmap.godelterminal.com. I think it's free. So you just go heatmap.godelterminal.com. If you have a good GPU, you could throw this. I sold. Yeah, I'm trading around the memory stocks. That's a cope word for I'm long and wrong. Endless dip buying. You got a serious case of the baggy blues? Tell me about it. We all do. Palantir's got to be going to zero. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Like Syracuse area or like there's so many New York is so big, it's incredible. There's many upstates. But I don't need to tell a native that. It's like waves of capitulation now. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's closer. It's about 45-minute hour flight.
Need some Fallout Boy because they're definitely going down in an earlier round. Ooh. Vicious sell-off. You think Michael Burry is a great investor? The fuck? I'd be vax $1.20. Mayhem. It's bloody mayhem. It's what it is bloody mayhem. Really? It's a proper cluster. Longest time away. Longest time. It's a proper cluster. How's Nvidia? Only down 1%. All the rest of the market's healthy. Google's up. Microsoft's up 1%. How's Apple? Flat. Amazon down 1%. It's gotta be priced in, bruh. But. That's what my son says. But. Chell sent me a video of Bud playing with water. It was so cute. He was splashing. He liked it. Sanda's down 15%. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Stevic in the chat. Stevic in the house. Maddie Stevs. The realest to ever do it. Longest time away. Longest time away.
No rate hike thoughts on my part. Nothing to add. Nothing more from me.
Oh.
Catch a knife, you might happen to bleed. You want to play a game? Catch falling knives? Think about catching a falling knife. You might catch it, but you're still going to bleed. Ow. Dang. Woo. Free falling, yeah. Free falling. Free falling. Free falling. Free falling now. Free falling now. Free falling. Good time to code. Step away from the screens for a minute. Code for a little bit. Feel me? It was the summer of 2026. Wall Street just got done losing its collective mind. For some reason, they thought a commodity wasn't a commodity. It's like a movie script. When they got done figuring it out, they had empty pockets. And they said, what do we do now? Half of them said, I'm going to join Communist Mamdani, comrade. The others half said, let's push this boulder back up the hill. And that's where I showed up. You might be asking, how did I get here? Who am I? Well, that's a story we're going to tell you. Comrade Mamdani, I salute you. I join you, comrade. What is our next target? I mean... That's how I became a communist. Probably not, Robert. It's all over. Sam Bankman ass, sounding ass. Yeah, Sam had that ultra high pitch. So you go to prison, you got to lose that, boy. Why did you short Capper, Martin? Why? It wasn't my fault. Wow, optics down 15%. This is ugly. Free falling, yeah. Oh. Free falling down. Free falling down. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Down bad. Wasn't that Amaranth's site? Did that come from crypto or where'd that come from? Oh, down bad just meant like if somebody was like simping hard, like they're down bad. All right, sell off's over. Bear market canceled. I just got the call. Send them higher. You said send them higher? Okay. What? What? Okay. What? This will pass. But so will your bonus. Who's got the balls to buy my gun? You need some cojones. What steps do portfolio managers and analysts follow to decide whether they might buy it? What? Man, I don't know. The fuck you think I know? Well, every firm is different. Every manager is different. For real, Summers is guessing. For real. There's actually a checklist Who was that guy? John, the Blue Ridge guy. He had a checklist. Checking them off and shit. Checking the list, making it twice. John Griffin. And you can go, I think you should be able to download his checklist somewhere. I just dropped Generational Alpha, Jenny. I just heard that last night. Jenny Alpha for you. Go look up his checklist. service now. Wow, it's crushing it. Yeah, I didn't think SAS could rally. I really didn't. What's up, Kami? Oh, shit. Let me see if I can get a guest. See if one of my colleagues is around. Well, I need another XLR cable, man. What gives? Oh, actually, hold up. Hold up. What's this? Check. Check. It's still not taking it as an input, but who knows? Let me see. Check. Check, check, check. Oh, shit! Can you guys hear me? Hold up, hold up. Check, 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 check. Hello, can you hear this? Hello, can you hear this? Oh, my. Arc. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Where do I work? I work at a software company called DL Software. We make a product called Godel. Is this mic clear at all? Cool. Christina, we need a producer. Maybe a mod too, but a producer / mod. That would be ideal. I don't know Newsware, but yes, you can set all kinds of filters. Let me check it out. You need to be in New York. Okay, we have a new guest here. FC Fat Cat, what's good?
What's up, man?
Speaking to your mic, that's yours.
Oh, you got
mine.
two now?
Huh?
We got 2 mics now.
I got mine. Yeah,
We're
yeah.
moving
we
on up.
upped the budget. I don't know if this is whatever.
That works.
Get that close to you. So it's good. How's life in the fast lane?
Oh my god. This SanDisk. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's crashing.
Why do you hate everybody?
I don't hate everybody, but the problem is I'm on record 2 weeks ago with you that I thought it would crash. And if it didn't, I would look like
Remember
a moron.
that shit?
well, I do.
What are you talking about? You're on record. What record?
You know, one of your clippers. We did a chit chat 2 weeks ago, and one of your clippers,
He clipped it?
he clipped it and
God damn.
put my face in the thumbnail.
I'm sure you love that.
Yeah, and so I'm like, oh no, I'm on record saying this is gonna crash, and if I'm wrong, I look like the biggest moron.
Well, so far so good, right?
Yeah, and when do you think we'll see triple digits?
Triple digits for SanDisk?
Yeah,
Today?
I don't know.
What do you say oh no for?
Well,
You want to short more?
oh, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I doubled up
Beast.
twice.
What a beast.
Cause you know Pluto, right? Our
course,
mutual
yeah.
friend. I met him, and I was telling him SanDisk was gonna crash, and he's like, "Okay, how short are you?" And I'm like, "1 share." And he's like, he laughed. He laughed for
I
like,
would laugh at you too.
okay, so then I did 2 shares. Then I doubled up to 4, because
Okay.
the problem is I'm long Nvidia, and Nvidia is catching some of the red candles.
That's
right
what
now.
we call a hedge in this business.
Yeah, so I ended up doubling my short
You wanted
again.
a Texas hedge.
What is it? What is that?
Texas hedge is it's got both directions. Like your what would a Texas hedge here be like? Okay, I guess a Texas hedge would be your long, like long the DRAM short ETF. Like is there a DRAM short ETF?
Probably.
Yeah.
There-
Like you're long that and you're short Micron or something. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hedge.
There's one that I think is a 3x short, SOXS. That's the
That's your
yeah,
Texas
that's the
hedge
chips.
right there. Well, they're rallying as we speak, so I don't know what you.
Well, let's see. Maybe I'm,
let's
I'm
see
wrong
here.
in real
Let's
time.
see. Micron's now in the 820s levels not seen since this morning, since 20 minutes
Yep.
ago. And SanDisk is picking up. I mean, it's down. When it was down 15, 16%, you didn't want to cover. You were that greedy.
No, I'm
Sorry
not.
for the leading question. How greedy do you get?
I don't know if it's greed. It's just like I'm really expecting like a reversion to the mean. Like I'm expecting like 3 digits.
Koreans are going to come after you now. I'm being told.
Oh, that's fine. No, I mean they've like destroyed me in StarCraft so many times that like this is my revenge. You know?
Getting even.
Yeah, I was one of the top 1,000 StarCraft.
No, you
players in
weren't.
America.
Cap
I'm not
alert.
kidding.
Cap alert.
No. I was one of the top 1,000 StarCraft 2 players, and then I played,
Cap.
and then I played against my Korean friends and got destroyed.
Were your top 1,000 of the 1,000 people you knew?
No. In on the Blizzard StarCraft 2 ladder in 2011, I was one of the top
Global?
No, America.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
That shit don't count.
well, that's what I found out because I thought I was hot shit, right? Because I'm like, oh, top 1,000 in America. And then I played literally against a random Korean friend of mine, and he destroyed me in front of all his Korean friends. So this is my
blindfolded.
This is my justice 15 years later.
Have you been following Intel?
Yeah, I mean the price, but I've been following the memory more.
Yeah.
What's going on with Intel?
Have you been? It's down. Not as bad as memory. They had a really good quarter. I mean, memory is a commodity. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You know, Intel should 100%. Hey, you want to join in?
You want to join? We're talking SanDisk.
Let's go. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for you. Come on in. Elon Musk now only worth 700. I still have a chance.
Are you shorting SpaceX?
No. I mean, I think it's going to keep going down, but
Yeah, I've got puts for December.
gotten a lot of blood from that stone.
Oh,
So I don't know how much more you want to, squeeze that orange.
yeah,
Been very juicy.
I'm up like, let me check it. I think I'm up 150% on my puts, but I don't know if it's really going to that level. So I might have to get out of this.
Yeah.
Let me check my puts.
Yeah. How'd you become such a beast? Are you going to stop programming?
No, I mean you saw the Kelly thing we worked on, right? It's like
I took all the credit.
That's okay. You know, as long as the paycheck hits, like I don't really mind. No, the reason I coded that is, I mean, like coding and investing are similar, right? Because it is mathematics. Like you have to understand math for both. Like,
Okay, I haven't heard this one yet.
well, because that's why I coded the Kelly thing, because I heard about this study, and the study was done with finance students, and a third of the finance students went bust. And in my mind, I'm like, but aren't these the kids
Right,
that should
right.
know the most?
Right, right.
And it's just a math thing.
The funny thing about finance and getting a finance education, which I've received myself, is that you really don't learn investing. You learn the idea that $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow, and they just you know, it's basically that over and over and over again, which is, you know, an important lesson, but it's not investing, and
Yeah.
I think that's the real shitty part about a finance education. Now, there's some schools that'll teach finance and investments, but they're not like. I mean, what are you going to learn? Buffett? Are you going to learn? You know,
Yeah.
like it's not. I mean, who's going to teach you investing? It's kind of a pretty aimless thing. I think corporate investments, like building a plant, right? Like,
Yeah.
those are forms of investments, but like speculation, you know, that's not something.
So,
DGen 101.
so I did a really interesting class, Harvard Business School online, called Leading with Finance, and I did accounting and finance, and the finance class was really fun because it had real industry people, and they were really like. I learned the phrase "getting your face ripped off." Like they were really talking about real finance, and one guy was talking about like, well, how did Microsoft value LinkedIn before an acquisition? And he used an acronym. He said they did a SWAG, sophisticated wild ass guess. and like that class was really fun because it talked to real professionals, and like I think that class like would teach you something like DGen 101. I mean, not Hyperliquid.
I think MBA and MBA class for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I think undergrad is kind of.
Yeah.
I've seen a few, like one of my professors worked at Bankers Trust, which was like basically a prop bank,
Yeah.
and they were really big and successful. I think they got bought by Deutsche Bank or something, but it was, you know, speculators. I mean, how do you teach speculation? Like I was talking to a guy at Jane Street the other, 2-3 weeks ago. You know, Danny brought us, and I mentioned the big boss at Jane Street, and I was like, so you know, what is and I did this with somebody else. SBF's brother. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, how about the big boss guy? You know, I know him a little bit. And he goes, yeah, it's funny. That guy just like walks around the office. He used to walk around the office like a baseball bat in his hand.
Really?
Just like, what do you guys know about risks?
Wait, so is that where the industry character is from?
I think that's a lot of people.
Oh, okay. So they're like legends of Wall Street. that
Baseball
are sort
bat
of
is a
like-
common.
They're echoed in.
Yeah. I think baseball bat is a common one. I think Steve Cohen has a baseball bat as well. But like, I mean, at the end of the day, like there is a point of like, what is risk? How do you take risk? What is the whole like, you know, genesis of like teaching somebody how to do it? And I think what so many people do and learn is that sort of a little bit like what you're doing, which is like they put some money in an account. Generally speaking, they blow it up.
Yeah.
Right? You've been very prudent, actually.
I can't blow it up because it's me and my wife's money. So I'm gonna get.
So a lot of people had that dynamic, but they still.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, this is like a personal thing, but I mean, when I met my wife, I was pretty bad with money. I was making money, but it wasn't staying in the bank account, and she taught me how to keep it staying in the bank account.
That's a good
she's
woman.
She's quite prudent, yeah.
That's a good woman.
And so, like, I didn't want to disappoint her, you know,
That
because
makes sense.
we had really come a lot far, you know, further.
Yeah.
So
No, my parents were like that too. You know, my mom and dad never got a credit card. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
They didn't even want a debit card.
they didn't trust it.
They didn't trust and they also didn't trust impulse, interestingly.
Really?
You know, well, they felt that like, well, if you have to go to the bank and draw a check, you know, you're sort of like, you got to think about it somewhere. And I think that, you know, my mom just saw credit cards as evil.
Yeah.
You know?
My wife did not know about how interest worked. And so she never used credit card, and then she used her Discover, and she's like, what is this charge? And it was like, well, she waited a month to pay it off. And she's like, what is this charge? And I'm like, oh, that's interest. And like, so we taught each other a lot about finances.
That's
you know?
so funny. Yeah, I think the memory stuff is very instructive because like here you have this like kind of retarded trade that, you know, basically everyone in the world knows there's this big bottleneck and it's impossible to make or get RAM right now.
Yeah.
And like, how do you treat that as an investment? Like I actually started in 2000 around a very similar dynamic. It was actually Micron as well.
Really?
And, oh yeah. And DRAM prices were going through the roof and Micron earnings were really high. Micron wasn't performing well. And I was trying to figure out from my boss, it's like, Micron's like 4 times earnings. I don't get it. And they're like, look, Micron's going to lose money like next year.
Yeah.
You know?
'Cause it's a commodity.
Yeah, it's just a boom bust cycle. And if you look at like International Paper or mining companies or like any company like that, they make money in the boom year and they lose money in the bad year. You're lucky if you break even in the bad year because you have all these plants, you know, lying around empty.
Yeah, it's a huge property, plant, and equipment. It's huge. Like I mean, like the way I guessed, well, sophisticatedly guessed my short was, well, you know, what is the lead time for supply to catch up? And like I did a little bit of research, and you know, people were saying 2 years, 3 years. I'm like, okay, well, they're pricing it as if there's going to be a shortage forever. CapEx is only going up. And that's why, like, when Meta, you know, when Zuckerberg was like, oh, we'll rent some of it out, that was the crack. And then it's like, okay, people started living in reality. And then when you look at the reality, you go to your point, which is like, well, this is, you know, cyclical. And the cycle could be at the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and when you're a Chinese competitor, for example, you will print out as much NAND or flash as you want, just because your margins are so high.
Yeah.
You know, you're happy with 50% margins. You know, Kyosha and SanDisk maybe not, you know, but you are, so you don't care. And then Kyosha and SanDisk have to match your price.
Yeah.
And then output increases.
It's a race to the bottom because it's a commodity.
And, you know, you don't want to race all the way to the bottom. But I think there is a willingness to, you know, engage in a price war. Now, we'll have to see because Chinese aren't stupid. And in a lot of ways, like, you know, there could be this new, as I said earlier, permanent new shift. I mean, one, the complexity of these things has grown a lot since I was a kid. It's much harder to make DRAM. It's much harder to make flash. And, you know, certainly not trivial. Huge investments required. ASML is not making new machines very quickly. So it's not like you can explode output. But I think that, and I think AI is, you know, obviously here to stay. We're going to be using AI, you know, to code and to do all kinds of things for a really long time. The algorithms are going to get more efficient, you know, but it feels like on balance, like supply doesn't have to catch up. You know, that's not a permanent given. You know, like there is this like, we have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Because like no two cycles are alike, right? And if you think about semi-cycles, like there has been growth over time.
Yeah.
Even though there's been cyclicality, like the general trend is up. And you can't deny that, you know, in terms of like, okay, so Micron has 2 good years left, right? I know Micron better than SanDisk, but we could do SanDisk too. SanDisk makes $200 next year in earnings, another $200. So they make 400. Now the enterprise value is say 700. So now what? What do they make from here? Is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 0? And obviously, if it's 50, it's not that cheap. It's, you know, 12 times earnings. You know, now the 200 and the 400 has been removed because that's cash now, right? So they make 200, they make 200. The market cap's kind of, you know, the enterprise value is dropping because that cash is retiring the shares or paying a dividend or whatever. So now you've got post-bubble SanDisk. Now, what if the bubble's 3 years? Then you're in pretty good shape. Bubble's 4 years, you're basically, you know, free money.
Yeah.
If the bubble's just 2 years and then it gets hot, it gets bad, you know, you have to do what you used to do, call it a CAPE, which is a cyclically adjusted PE ratio. So you take the trailing 5 years of earnings.
Oh,
It's kind of a fun way to do it. And if you do that, you know, it kind of makes the PE look a little more normal. Because with these cyclical stocks, I mean, even car stocks, you'd have PEs 4 times earnings. And, you know, you know back in the day, like, okay, it's not trading at 4 times earnings. It's trading, it's a good year. It's like 8, 4, -3, and on average it's like 10. And that's kind of what autos used to be. Now, a lot of these businesses have made the transition from super cyclical to a little less cyclical. And I think that's, maybe something that's going to happen in memory. And, we just don't know what the end of this cycle looks like. We kind of know what
The first crack.
Yeah. We know we're on our way up. We actually don't know if we've peaked yet. And I think it kind of remains to be seen. I mean, pricing is going to be up in 27. Bit growth will be up, but bit growth is definitely not matching demand growth. So, you'll have to see, serious, new supply. And if you think about Samsung and Micron and, Hynix, they don't want to lose their $1 trillion status.
Yeah.
And pharma and some of these other industries, I mean, they'll form oligopolies that, don't cut price. And that's something that, you have to be prepared for as well in DRAM. Like, these guys aren't dumb. They know the value of this stuff. Like, they are slowly but surely kind of deciding, like, we're not going to get to price wars with each other. And I think that's, something that, once you see NVIDIA's massive success and you see that you are also a valuable part of the supply chain, you're also a bottleneck, that's something that, you have to start, sort of extracting a little bit too. Now, SRAM is kind of your alternative, which is on chip, soldered, fabricated RAM, which is not very great. It's very fast, but it's very small and it's not very reliable. So Grok with a Q uses that. Cerebras uses that, but nobody has that at scale. It's easy to make, thankfully, because you just make the RAM literally on the chip.
Yeah.
And it's connected directly to the logic, which is the fastest thing you could possibly do. Which is like,
Isn't Apple doing something like that in the future?
Question.
I read this somewhere.
Good news about that is that Apple doesn't matter.
Really?
Well, not in the server game, right? In the $200 billion, $500 billion NVIDIA server game.
Yeah.
Nobody's running this stuff on Apple. Now, if Apple starts making GPUs, standalone GPUs for AI workloads, that'll be interesting. But as of now, that's not their MO, right?
I mean, their stock is doing great this year.
Yeah, they're back to number one, right? I mean, they're now the biggest company in the world again.
Yeah. I think
And,
they're up like 50% this year. I don't know. how much.
Really?
Yeah, do Apple EQ HMS. Got to plug my component here.
Apple EQ HMS. That automatically tells me
You got to do year to
year
date.
date. Oh, I love this.
Yeah. I added arbitrary. How much is it this year?
Yeah, I need intraday for what it's worth, but I love this. If you could do intraday, I'd be pumped. Yeah, so Apple's up 30,
30%,
25,
yeah.
25.
25,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's look at the other guys.
And,
Micron's still up 150 this year. Let's remove that. But yeah, let's look at like Nvidia. Nvidia's up, only 4%.
Yeah. I added arbitrary dates, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. I was using that earlier, but I want intraday.
Intraday, okay.
Yeah, Microsoft down 16 this year.
Yeah, brutal.
It's not exactly a
Oracle is wrecked.
yeah.
I mean, a lot of these other companies that
Google
just
only
bet
up
on
4. Yeah.
a lot of these other companies that bet big on capex, like they're just
Yeah, Oracle's down 40. It's not down though. It's this little private company,
what is that?
Anthropic.
Oh,
150%. Yeah. Pretty Kitty deserves a raise for having to take this interview. Hey, yo, pause. You got a whole fan club out there.
I don't know about Pretty Kate.
Why is Fat Cat talking to this guy? Good question. Sophisticatedly guess. Show us your bags, Fat Cat.
my bags? We should do a segment called Bag Review. Let me see if I'm green today. Yeah, I'm green today. We can
Wow,
do a little private bag review.
Let me check the bags out. Hold on. We got SanDisk. That's short.
Yep.
MCD is long or short?
McDonald's long.
You're long McDonald's, long Nvidia. All the rest is long?
Yeah.
Okay. Long Amazon. Oh, Tesla bag holder.
No. I bought it. I bought the dip. Well, I'm still
bag-
holding it.
still
I bought it
baggy.
at 317. Yeah.
Ovid and Lexio. I know you got those. From.
Those are yeah.
Baggy.
Yeah.
And Nectar.
Yeah. Yeah, Nectar had a great report, shot to 90. I doubled up, and then now I'm a biotech baggy.
Yeah, it looks like you've been bagged.
Yeah, I got.
See, I've been a Nectar hater since
Really?
20 years now. Yeah. Well, it's a very like hapless company. Like all they do is fuck up, fail,
Oh,
and
just bad management.
yeah, it's been pretty bad. And now they have something, and that's something. If you know, it's better if you don't know the history of biotech because they have this interleukin, and interleukin was like the first drug biotech made in like 1980s, and it's just this like molecule that your immune system uses, and nobody could find a use for it, and they made interleukin 2 for renal cell carcinoma and melanoma, two very immune-driven cancers, and it barely worked. It barely got approval. And now, it's their drug for autoimmune disease. Now, the results look good, which should be the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm just sitting there like, no way, this 1980s fucking. I think they added like, I think
Changed
I
one
think
little
they
thing.
added a PEG so it's longer acting. So that's why it's PEG Aliskin or something like that. And I'm just like, this is not new technology. Now in pharma, it doesn't matter. If drug works, right? But like, eczema is a crowded space. There's a lot of drugs for that.
Oh yeah.
And like, you're really modulating the immune system to a point where like, I have to look at my old notes or old papers out there, read some papers that, is this in fact like, what could happen when you fuck with this mechanism, this molecule? Because I don't remember just how safe it is. Now it's probably safe, but interferon, which is somewhat similar to interleukin, causes these chills and like fever. It boosts your immune system. This one like kind of dampens part of it and boosts part of it. It's like a weird like.
And this is Nectar?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Interferon is toxic. Like, it's what your body makes when you have the flu.
Yeah.
So you used to have to take this drug, which gives you the flu. That's for Hep C.
Oh, okay. It was like a vaccine or an anti-flu, antiviral?
Anti-flu, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a weird like.
I remember Tamiflu was like if you had that in the storage cupboard, you were Chad.
Tamiflu is good because it doesn't have those weirdo side effects, or at least it's not supposed to. I think it actually does have some side effects.
I remember during the bird flu scare, my mom came over and just like handed me a pack of it and was like, you might need this.
Yeah. It's like you feel like you're in The Rock or something, or you have an emergency counter.
Yeah.
counter, antidote. But anyway, what's going on in the world of software? You've been following Figma at all?
Oh, so Figma is that was the first time I really lost money, exactly because of this Kelly thing. Is I went 10% a port, then I was up, then I went 20%.
Oh,
and then it fucking dumped, and I'm like, there's no way, and I went 30% a port.
you like 5x'd or something?
No. Like I caught a dip from like 30 to 35, and then it crashed down
Okay.
and below
So you
30.
doubled, maybe.
Yeah, the problem is it crashed, and I doubled up on the crash at 29, and then it crashed to like 20. And I ended up losing like $2,000, and that was the most I ever lost in a trade. And that's why I got interested in this like Kelly thing. It's like, how did I get wrecked? Well, because I bet 30% on a falling knife, and it's like,
Well, that's the right decision.
yeah, that was a hard to learn lesson, and I was just like,
I mean, you're gonna take L's.
oh yeah, Figma was my biggest L. And I was talking wild spicy in the chat too, like long Figma, and I made a bet with someone that in 10 years Figma's market cap would be above Reddit,
Yikes.
and the wager is a tattoo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so the problem is, if you look at the market caps, I might lose this bet, and I might have to get Reddit tattooed.
You're gonna get a Reddit tattoo, bro?
Well, the bet is with our mutual friend who gave me the biotech bags.
Okay, he should let you off the hook for that.
I don't know, but we've settled on an ankle tattoo.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. It's a 10-year bet. So Figma. I really needed you to come through for me because I don't want a Reddit tattoo in 9 years.
This button.
Oh my God. I might be cooked.
You're
I
cooked.
mean, Figma, the thing about Figma is it actually could be like the greatest image editing software in the world, but the question is, in an AI world, do you even need that anymore?
Is it image editing or is it more design?
Vector editing.
Yeah.
It's a better Adobe Illustrator.
Okay.
We use it,
Yeah.
right? We have 2 or 3 licenses.
Yeah.
But the question is, do we even need that in 5 years?
Well, I think it's tough because you're making these are two completely unrelated things,
Yeah.
right? Reddit and Figma. One is a social media company,
Yeah.
and it has a moat. It's been around forever. It's not going anywhere. It's unlikely to be going anywhere. Figma's just a software company now. It's sort of like an Adobe. It's going to be here for a while, I think.
Yeah.
Will software change that much? Not. It's safer. It'll probably be a beneficiary of AI more than a victim.
Yeah. I mean, Adobe was a pioneer of some AI techniques, like content-aware fill, was incredible 5 to 10 years ago, and they did a AI integration maybe 2 or 3 years ago, where you could select a part of an image and type into Photoshop, "Hey, I want you to make this, make this guy hold, a baseball bat."
Well, if they can find a way to do stuff like that, where it's like you're using Figma to design, which I think they are. Figma's AI team and everything.
Yeah.
Then
And they have an MCP. They the way we use it is we design in Figma, and then there's a button you can click that's basically export, for your LLM or whatever, and it's really good. But will you need the vector editing part?
we're talking about fundamentals, but we're not, or we're talking about product, but we're not talking about valuation and things like that. So
Yeah.
Figma's 6 times sales ish, right?
Yeah.
And then Reddit's same-ish. And they probably have similar margins. Let's see here. Reddit's revenue is like $4 billion a year. Figma's like $2 billion a year. So arguably, it should be a little easier for Figma to grow.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
But back to your question, do we need Figma in 10 years? Do we need Reddit in 10 years?
I don't know that that's the question. I think it's just a question of how much revenue does each company have, and you're already behind double on Reddit,
Yeah.
right? You're basically,
I'm seeing the tattoo.
yeah, you're saying, you're gonna catch up so fast that, and Reddit's gonna, they have a business, they're trying to grow, they're growing. In some ways, that human narrative may be something that, becomes extremely valuable. Where Reddit's, I don't know, anti-bot or something.
Yeah.
Because social media could be cooked too.
Possibly. My thesis on, fuck Reddit was Reddit is the lowest willingness to pay of any platform for advertisers. The value of a click
Right.
on Reddit is
Yeah,
the
we should
lowest
use
of
it.
all platforms.
We should use it.
What? To advertise?
Yeah.
But they're all broke.
Oh.
Yeah, Redditors are all brokies.
Oh, I didn't know that. This guy bought Figma licenses to pump up the stock price. Nobody would notice a Reddit tat on Fat Cat. What are you trying to say? That he's huge? Tattoo bet buyout now. Half cash, half tattoo. Is it cheaper than
Look, I got
Illustrator?
9 years to turn this bet around, okay? If I got to go work at Reddit and destroy it from the inside,
Okay.
that's plan B.
Pure unhedged risk with no upside. Someone said. Well, I guess you do have some upside, that your friend has to get a Figma tattoo.
Yeah.
And Dylan Field will click on that or something, it'll be like, wow, big Figma fan, got a Figma
I don't
tattoo.
know who Dylan Field is.
He's the CEO of Figma,
Oh, okay.
founder.
I should know these things, but I don't know a lot of
That's all
things.
right. Founder and CEO. Yeah. Fat Cat. Front end engineer. Terminal.com, check it out. still programming, of course. Got a program. Can't stop. Can't just stop. Google breaking out a little. He went to his office. Getting something of a rally here. Not quite from memory, but... Can you tell us something about QCLS, please? Well, I work there, so I can't tell you too much. So... I'm not sure. I don't want to get in trouble. I once upon a time, you guys may know this, but I got into a lot of trouble. And I didn't even do anything. It was just the appearance of doing something wrong. So you can forgive me for wanting to be a little careful, I hope. Yeah, I mean, we would interview for producer. It'd be a pretty high-paying job. And it would be ideally in person. Somebody would come to our office. Be like an engineer. It was good. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no, police. Grok 4.6 next week. We have a lot more to do today. Some cool stuff to look into too. Any other opinions? Yeah, Lumentum is no momentum. Yeah, I don't like Accenture, no.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
I can't tell you I know a lot about rare earths. I don't. Okay. Yeah, too much iced coffee. So let's look at. Oh, oh, Cerebrus. I haven't been trading this. Definitely been heavy, but not as bad as the other semis. Tells you something. What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, maybe we should look at CapEx. It's looking at Kyosha. We can look at that some more. So we have Japanese financials we're dealing with, which is always a little odd but fun. So what's tonight? Microsoft and Meta, or just Microsoft? Satya. Both? Fuck, we got to get previews for both. God damn it. All right, I want to talk to my colleagues before earnings season. Before earnings reports. Tonight. Tomorrow. It's tonight. 4:30, baby. 4:15 probably, actually.
you doing? Rise and grind. Okay, so I wanted to show. Yeah, REPL is sort of cooked, right? I mean, I wanted to go through the balance sheet of Kioxia, so we get a sense for what's the capital structure of this company. So, of course, we start with the cash. They have 470 billion yen. And then they have AR. That's 661 billion accounts receivable. Japan has a lot of these weird financial assets. I bundle them all into cash. That's been what I've been doing for 20 years. And there's accounts receivable. I'm sorry, inventory. And OCA, other current assets for you home gamers. And finally, here's the property, plant, and equipment. Now, this is the most important thing, right? I like to say PP&E is the soul of business. But I say other things are the soul of business too, so take it with a grain of salt, or soul. So PP&E is quite critical. You really can't have in the old days at least, you can't have a business without property, plant, and equipment. Now, the world has changed. We have software businesses, asset-light businesses, things like that. But in a really old viewpoint, you know, your business kind of is your factory. You know, it kind of, you know, without your factory and plant, you know, what do you have? Now, these days, you know, we have people, and the people are kind of the assets in some ways, or brands. But I think, you know, I want you to think about it this old way to some extent. You know, and this is a Buffett, you know, kind of a Buffett way of thinking about it, which is important. Because it's this very practical, no-nonsense way, and I'll explain why in a second. And you know, the nice thing about this, it's not going to, like most things, there's not going to be some, like, magic trick where a number is going to pop up and you're going to know something. It's not the way it works. But you are going to learn about how to think about this. So the market cap of the company is 29 trillion yen. And you have
Yeah, $4 trillion balance sheet, roughly, right? $3.6 trillion balance sheet. And you have $1 trillion of property, plant, and equipment. So in yen and in US dollar, let's see, that's, yeah, call it $6 billion. $6 billion of property, plant, and equipment. Okay? So at $1 trillion in property, plant, and equipment, the company is going to produce 400 in net income. Does that make sense? Well, if I told you you could buy a plant for, in this case it says $1 trillion, but let's make it and it's $1 trillion yen. But let's say it's $1 million. You've saved up $1 million. A lot of people have $1 million, and you want to get into business for yourself. Maybe you're a lawyer, maybe you're a dentist, maybe you're at OnlyFans. Doesn't matter. You have $1 million, and you said, I want to buy something productive. I don't want to buy Bitcoin. I want to buy something that's going to generate me cash for years to come. So you buy this, and all of a sudden it makes you 40% of your money in 1 quarter. Just 1 quarter. So wait a second, this is magic. I almost got my money back. 2 more quarters, I got my money back, and any money from here on out is free money. There's something kind of wrong with that, isn't it? You know, it's too good to be true. Something unusual about that. That's a 40% return in 1 quarter. And I want you to think about these as financial assets. Because you can go, instead of buying a stock, right? You saved up all that money. You know, you got $1 million. You can buy $1 million of stock in a company, or you can go buy a machine yourself. Right? And say, to heck with the stock market. Close my Interactive account. Close my Robinhood account. I want to go buy the machine. And think about GPUs, right? I have friends that started out buying GPUs, and now they own huge GPU businesses. So what's better, the stock or the actual asset? Right? And again, if you look at drug dealers, they are capital light. They have no capital equipment. They have no factory. They're just in distribution. So the high returns there lead you to understand that there's something wrong with this business. I shouldn't be making this much money. And of course, we know that you can't make that much money in that business because it's illegal. So if you do make money in that business, it's easy come, easy go. And that's kind of what's happening here. Is the stock market sort of telling you, well, it's interesting because this is independent of the stock, right? This is the balance sheet telling you. It doesn't matter if where the stock's trading, but the balance sheet is telling you these guys are killing it. And they're in a very enviable position. And other companies may want to also be in that enviable position. And that's the kind of thing that, you know, you have to scrutinize and say, well, and this is obvious, right? This is obvious to anybody who's been following these stories, but I want you to understand that this is why, you know, you have to care about the process. You know, what is this trillion yen that they have of equipment? Is it Lam Research's equipment? Is it ASM Lithography's equipment? Is it different gases? What is it? And of course, their know-how, right? Their know-how is what's really valuable. It's not just the equipment. It's knowing how to use it. It's having experience with it. And of course, it's having clients who depend on you. All those things matter too. And those don't appear on the balance sheet. But I want you to think about it from Warren Buffett's perspective. He'd say, well, if I can buy this plant, I've got money at Berkshire, I'll buy this plant, I'll sell this flash memory myself. And he's right. He could do that, right? But he doesn't have the know-how. No problem. I'll just hire the people. I'll hire each of these people. I'll hire whoever the senior manager is. I'll double the salary. Come to Berkshire. Come to Omaha. We'll build a good old We should have farms here. We'll build a good old NAND flash plant. Well, okay, but can you get all that equipment overnight and get it all, installed correctly, the right people hired, all that stuff? Not easy. And your job as an analyst is to look at this and also think about your competitors, saying, why isn't Intel doing this? Intel made DRAM. They invented it. Right? Why doesn't Intel just say, I have half this equipment. People who know how to do this. For $6 billion measly dollars, I can get, a huge return. What's that, $2.5 billion return in 1 quarter? Now, again, these things take time. There's IP, there's standards. It really isn't as easy as I'm saying. And that's why Kyosha is in this very enviable position. Because you can't just spend a trillion yen, which is $6 billion, put up a plant and be in business tomorrow. It's just not that, it doesn't work that way. But as we study this carefully, we want to understand all about how does this stuff work? What's really happening with that? And they have plants in Yokkaichi and Kitakami. And we're going to learn, what is it they have at those plants? And there's a lot of ways you can study this. I'll show you some secrets if we have time, but we also have Meta and Microsoft coming up. You guys stop making rumors about me and Amaranth. Nothing is going on between me and Amy. Okay? I'm sick of seeing these rumors. Amy pregnant with Skrelly's baby. Stop putting those rumors out there. It's crazy. I saw it on the newspaper. It's on TV. It's just not true. I heard Sydney Sweeney has a boyfriend. Maybe in finance. We'll see. Anna Kendrick was single for a little bit as well. There's a guy who's dating her who looks a lot like me. In fact, he played me on SNL. I do take care of my baby mom and my baby. I love my baby. There's Bud. Okay, so is there anywhere in here Kyosha tells us more? There's cash flow. And cash flow from operations was 616,540. And CapEx was 281. So they added 281 to that trillion. Think about that. Sydney is mid. Yeah, we're kind of measuring a moat right now, aren't we? In it. So outlook for 3 months. Wow. Guidance is 1750. Unbelievable. So 75% sequential. That's 400% annual revenue growth. And chances are that's going to be going up even further in calendar Q3. I've heard things are up 25% already. If that continues, Kyosha, I mean, margins will probably go up too. They almost have no expenses other than manufacturing. Excuse me. So next quarter, they will make as much as the entire replacement value of the whole facility. So if only you knew how to make that facility, you too could make insane amounts of money. But can you put up that facility quickly and get the word out that you were making this stuff and that you know, it's for sale? Not so easy. Not so easy. But that's the only thing in your way. And if you look at other companies, you'll see that this is not the case for other companies. This is a very unusual situation. No, I'm not on the spectrum. Excuse me. Little bit of sun comes out to get the gold shine.
Microsoft down 8%. I'm sorry, Micron down 8%. Microsoft will report later today. Let's take a look at the model. Microsoft, is it the fourth biggest company in the world? Let's update that. Let's take a look. Let's see. Nvidia's 4.8. Apple, though, is now number 1 at 5 trillion, almost even. Google looking good at 4 trillion. And Microsoft here at almost 3. So, new leader is Apple, taking over. But the fourth biggest company in the world, Microsoft. Amazon clocking in at number 5 with our favorite Taiwan Semi. Looks like number 6, but let's see what Broadcom is. Yeah, Broadcom should be number 7. Aramco, Saudi Aramco, it's number 8 at 1.5. And Meta is at number 9 at 1.5 trillion. Micron fall all the way off. Micron was number 10 at 1.3 trillion. Now just 900 billion, falling from 10th place to like 16th place. Replacing it, I'm not sure Tesla's fallen a bit too, but Tesla should be looks like number 10, but Lilly might be number 10 now. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Well, very close, almost tied. Berkshire. Man, I can't believe that B-share. Berkshire's still above a trill. And then also Samsung has dropped, right? Samsung, 860 trill bill. So JP Morgan has taken over Samsung. JP Morgan very close to $1 trillion as well. So rough time for semis. But Micron is, up there. I think number 14. AMD also hammered many places on the list. Hynix as well. But again, never know. We might see a good recovery soon here, depending on what players say tonight. Players of this great game. Walmart leapfrog Samsung, interestingly. And ASM. ASM, I think, is just so great. But yeah, AMD just a touch above ASM. Let's see where Visa is at. Visa's now getting closer. Exxon. Oh, Exxon, surprisingly. Picking up with energy prices, I suppose. And J&J just been on a tear. I think J&J could be a short. All right, let's take a look at Microsoft now. Microsoft, just another ridiculously profitable company. I have to look at consensus now.
Okay. All of my apes are gone, sir. Yes. Okay. Streets at 424. I'm at 429. And next quarter, 469. They're at 463. Okay, how about revenue? I don't think it's on my Git Purgy, but you can create the same list using Godel. And it has private companies, which no screener on planet Earth has other than ours. All right, so streets at 87.6 for revenue. That's 87 billion. Streets. They'll probably beat that, is my guess. And next quarter, that 89.69. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with earnings are meaningless. I think revenue is what people care about more than earnings. Earnings themselves, perhaps they're meaningless, but revenue certainly is not meaningless. We have our different feeds that we get that data from. I'm not trading Oracle, no. All right, so let's go to Microsoft's website. See what their investor relations website looks like as we prepare for. Oh, is this? It's tomorrow? You guys been trying to tell me it's tomorrow? Man, who's tonight? Shh. Is that bullshit? Meta's tomorrow too. You guys are, I think, were trying to tell me. Just Visa and SK. SoFi. Hey, I'm streaming.
All right, we'll be back.
Need me?
Not urgent.
Okay.
Just drink a cherry Coke. That's what we do instead of smoking crack. I could see our old Charlie hit the crack pipe. He's a beast.
Here at Facebook, we're connecting the world. We're connecting the world to you and advertisers. If you don't like it, I'm gonna smoke meats.
Sitting is worse than smoking? Maybe. You think? That seems like hyperbole.
Thank you for waiting. We will start the earnings call of Kioxia Holdings Corporation for the fiscal year 2025. I am today's facilitator from the IR team of the Corporate Communication Division. My name is Nishida. Nice to see you. With me here are President and Chief Executive Officer Hiroo Ota, Executive Vice President and Executive Officer Chief Financial Officer Yoshihiko Kawamura, Head of Corporate Communication Division Toshiaki Fujikawa. Let me inform you on the process of today's call. After outlining the disclaimer, Mr. Ota will share with you a summary of fiscal year 25 and our strategic priorities of fiscal year 20.
It's a translator. Why did it stop? Go next. Oh, it's buffering? Come on now.
Let me inform you on the process of today's call.
Please inform me.
After outlining the disclaimer, Mr. Ota will share with you a summary of fiscal year 25 and our strategic priorities of fiscal year 26. Then, Mr. Fujikawa will give you an overview of the non-market outlook. After that, let me inform you on the process of today's call. After outlining the disclaimer, Mr. Ota will share with you a summary of fiscal year 25 and our strategic priorities of fiscal year 26. Then, Mr. Fujikawa will give you an overview of the non-market outlook. After that, Mr. Kawamura will go through the financial results of the fourth quarter of fiscal year 25 and guidance of the first quarter of fiscal year 26. That will be followed by the Q&A. The entire session will end at 5 p.m. Please be advised that today's session will be recorded for on-demand viewing later. We'd like to start with the disclaimer. Forward-looking statements are prepared based upon our expectations and projections in light of the information currently available to us, which involve various risks and uncertainties. Such risks and uncertainties that may cause our actual results to be materially different from any future results expressed or implied by these forward-looking statements. We undertake no obligation to update any forward-looking statement included in the material. For more detail, please refer to the screen. Mr. Ota, hand over to you.
Thank you all for your attendance today. I am Ota, President of Kioxia Holdings.
Another translator, the same, no Mr. Oda.
First, summarize fiscal year 2025 and explain our strategic priorities for fiscal year 2026. We have consistently communicated that large capacity, high-speed storage, flash memory, and SSDs are key devices driving the growth of generative AI. The market became very aware of the importance of storage during fiscal year 2025 as the utilization of generative AI significantly shifted from training to inference. Our company has effectively captured this AI demand and expanded the production of our competitive 8th generation BiCS Flash, which incorporates CBA technology. We also started operations at the second manufacturing facility of our Kitakami plant in September last year. SSD sales have also increased smoothly, and we released new products such as the high-capacity 245 terabyte Kioxia LC9 series, equipped with 8th generation QLC. Qualifications with major customers is proceeding well, such as with Dell Technologies for our LC9 series, about which we released a press release today. With these initiatives, we are riding the large wave of AI demand, which has led to record high revenue and profits for our company, breaking our past records for 2 consecutive fiscal years. Revenue exceeded 2 trillion yen, and non-GAAP operating profit nearly doubled from the previous fiscal year to 876.2 billion yen. Particularly in the fourth quarter, we achieved a non-GAAP operating profit of around 600 billion yen, surpassing the full-year operating profit of FY 2024 within a single quarter. As AI becomes a pillar of society, the strength of the flash memory market is expected to continue. The use of AI will expand from generative AI to agentic AI and physical AI, leading to increased diversified and sophisticated use of data. We aim for long-term growth as a company that supports societal transformation through AI utilization by keenly capturing trends in the AI market and honing our technology development, manufacturing, and sales capabilities, which we have cultivated over the years. In fiscal year 2026, we will accelerate the development of products such as 10th generation BiCS Flash and high-performance super high IOPS SSDs, Kioxia GP series, for NVIDIA Storage Next architecture, maintaining our technological leadership. Additionally, we will proceed with appropriate capital investments to meet robust AI demand. Through further cash generation, we will pursue measures to strengthen our financial structure and continuously enhance corporate value, including growth investments and shareholder returns. Details will be explained by Mr. Kawamura, our CFO, and Mr. Fujikawa.
Next, Mr. Fujikawa, please.
Yeah. So
Now, let me explain the current state of the NAND market. Overall, the NAND market continues to be driven by
This guy's
increasing demand
fresh
for
style.
AI-related data centers and enterprise applications. I like to give 3 points on the NAND market for data centers and enterprises. Firstly, we expect NAND demand for AI inference servers to drive growth throughout calendar year 26, with increasing numbers of customer inquiries. Secondly, demand for traditional servers continues to remain stable.
Savas.
Lastly, the pace of nearline hard disk drive replacement is slower in calendar year 26 compared to initial forecasts. The slowdown is due to customers prioritizing high-performance products for inference, leading to increased demand in that area. Next, regarding the NAND market for smartphones and PCs, we expect the demand for NAND in smartphones to remain roughly flat compared to calendar year 25. Although the shipment volume of low-priced model is decreasing due to rising BOM costs, there is little change anticipated in the shipment volume of high-priced models. Additionally, for high-priced models, average capacity is expected to increase due to a rise in average capacity per device, leading to an increase in overall gigabyte shipments. For PCs, shipment volumes are expected to decrease due to rising BOM costs. Overall, factoring in these changes across different segments, the total available market TAM for NAND continues to grow. Lastly, regarding the outlook for the NAND market, for calendar year 26, taking into account ongoing supply constraints, we expect the bit growth rate to be in the high teens, similar to the growth rate previously explained. We anticipate growing at least in the high teens % range in calendar year 26. For calendar year 27, we foresee a continuing situation where demand exceeds supply. This concludes my explanation. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Kawamura, please. As it was introduced, this is Kawamura. And from April 1st of this year until today, I am serving as the CFO, and it is a pleasure to meet and greet all of you. So I would like to report about our financial results. Today, I would like to explain about the Q4 results and the annual result, as well as the Q1 guidance for FY 2026. The slide that you're looking at would be the financial highlights. This would be the 3 months ended March 31st, the fourth quarter of FY 2025. Starting from the left, we have revenue, adjusted non-GAAP gross profit, non-GAAP operating profit, free cash flow, and net DE ratio. As you can see in red, in all areas, we have been able to achieve record high revenue. On a Q-on-Q basis is double from quarter 3, and it is 1,002.9 billion yen. Adjusted non-GAAP gross profit is a record high Q-on-Q threefolds at 665.8 billion yen. Margin with this 1.0029 trillion and 66.5 billion yen, the margin is 66%. And if you look below, after excluding the JV related items, the margin is raised to 70%. Next, we have the non-GAAP operating profit. This also is a record high on a Q-on-Q basis. This is approximately fourfolds at 599.1 billion yen with margin of 60%. Just for your information, this 599.1 billion yen would be a result that exceeds the 12-month OP for FY24 just within the 3 months. And the right side, we have the free cash flow on a Q-on-Q basis. It is triple. It is at 241.1 billion yen. All of the indices are a record high. As a result, the net DE equity ratio has improved significantly. We will be explaining this in further detail afterwards, but at the moment, we have been able to improve it to 39%. It is a record low. It is the lowest level. On the following page, we have the details of the 3 months that ended in March 31st of 2026. On the very left, we have the items, and next to it, we have the Q3 results. On the right side, we have the Q4 guidance that we announced on the 12th of February, and we also have the results, the figures that I just mentioned. Revenue, if you take a look at the very top, the guidance upper range was 935 billion yen, and the result was 1,002.9 billion yen. On a Q-on-Q basis, it's plus 84.5%. Year-on-year was 188.9%. It was a significant growth. Next, non-GAAP operating profit. Likewise, if you take a look at the results, is 599.1 billion, margin 59.7%. Q-on-Q is plus 314.2%. Year-on-year, plus 1,499.5%. GAAP EBITDA, the big chunk of the cash flow, is 675.3 billion with margin 67.3%. Q-on-Q plus 204.2%, year-on-year plus 489.0%. This also was a substantial growth. As a result, if you take a look at the non-GAAP earnings per share, it's 751.78 yen. And when we take a look at the exchange rate, we are looking at 155 yen against the dollar. On the right, you can see that the ASP has doubled, more than doubled, and the shipment has decreased around 10%. But as you can see in caveat number 6, we had originally planned for equipment maintenance, and it was at this timing, and we were not able to manufacture during a certain period. And because there was a lot of provision, we had sold the inventory in Q3, and therefore the shipment in Q4 had slightly gone down. If we turn to the next page, please. We have the results of the sales by application. On the left side, if you can take a look, in blue, we have the smart device bar. And in caveat 1, you can see that the smart device is for consumers, and 60% is SSD and storage.
Oh, they're just ripping off Apple.
This would be for data center and enterprise supply.
Microsoft tomorrow.
At each of the items, smart device was 337.3 billion yen. SSD and storage was 600.3 billion yen. If we total this, it goes to 1,002.9 billion yen. You can see that on a Q-on-Q basis, smart device had grown by 81.1%. SSD and storage also is 99.8% Q-on-Q, both substantial growth. On the right side explains the situation. For the smart device, sales price rose significantly, and volume and revenue also is a record high. There was a decrease in volume, but it is pretty much as expected. And moving to the SSD and storage, the PC, the ASP increased, and so there was a sales increase. And for data center and enterprise, due to the strong AI server demand, it drove a record high of data center and enterprise SSD shipments. And through the ASP expansion, we were able to achieve a record high in both segments. Turning to the next page, we have the sales by application. we have the quarterly figure and the annual figure. On the right side, we have the annual figures. And when we compare FY24 and 25, you can see how the figures look like. On the left side, there are the 4 bar graphs. On the left side, that's for FY24, and then there's another 4 bar for FY25. What I would like you to take a look at is the very right. When we look at the annual figures, in FY25, the SSD and storage was 1.362 trillion yen. Smart device was 760 billion yen. When we take a look at the breakdown, SSD and storage was about 56%. Smart device was 33% in terms of mix. That's one point. The second point, for FY25 to Q1 to Q3, it's quite obvious. You can see that in all segments, we have been able to substantially grow. And in Q4, we had reached 1 trillion yen. And so it is for sure in an increasing trend. Another point that I would like to mention, we have the foreign exchange rate on the bottom. For FY25, the foreign exchange rate was 150 yen. There is a slight yen appreciation. We will be talking about this, but when there's a yen appreciation due to accounting principles, it has a downward pressure, but we have still been able to offset the negative impact. Moving on to the next slide, please. This is a slide on cash flow. We have the quarterly cash flow figures, and on the very left, we have the cash balance as of end of December 2025. And you can see in the waterfall chart, we have in the cash balance as of end of March 2026. We started off with 281.5 billion yen, and with operating cash flow in the 3 months, we have been able to increase this much. And on the right side, for the operating cash flow, there was an increase in the selling price and also increase in sales of the data center and enterprise SSD mix. And the expansion of 8th generation BiCS flash production also contributed to the operating cash flow. On a Q-on-Q basis, we've been able to double, and it is a record high. You can see the comparison between Q3 and Q4. And again, on the left side, we have the next bar, which is the investment cash flow. It's minus 53.3 billion. And as you can see on the right side, the capex was 67.7 billion yen. There was a subsidy of 14.5 billion yen. And we have in the caveat number 3. So if we net 67.7 and 14.5, it totals to this figure. We have been making some repayments at an early stage on some of the borrowings. And all of that, if we net that, it is 470.7 billion yen. We don't have any information on the Q1 situation for this fiscal year, but we have been using various cashes. For investment cash flow, we want to achieve a stable DRAM supply. And so 78.5 billion yen of investment is made in Q1 for Nanya. And for financial cash flow, we will be making a full repayment of the senior loan in Q1. And just for your information, if we execute this as of end of Q1, we will be in a net cash position. For the annual figures, the capex is expected to be 450 billion yen for FY26. This is about double. And next slide, please. I will be talking about the annual figures. I apologize for going back and forth. The financial highlights for the full year. The slide is structured in the same way as the quarterly result. The revenue was a record high on a Y-on-Y basis. It's 1.4 folds at 2.337 trillion yen. The adjusted non-GAAP gross profit is a record high. Year on year is 1.7 folds. As I mentioned earlier, we exceed 1 trillion. It's 1.103 trillion yen. Non-GAAP operating profit is 876.2 billion yen. Free cash flow is 395 billion yen. Net DE ratio is 39%. For FY24, we achieved a record high, but in FY25, we also reached a record high, and so this is a record high of 2 consecutive years. Please take a look at the next slide.
This continued from the previous slide, which is a full year. And this is the more detail from the previous slide. This is the full year. As you see in the lead-in, very top of the slide, revenue and profits reached record highs for the second consecutive year. Left-hand side, you see some items. In the middle, FY24, and right-hand side, 25, actual, and year-on-year. And if you look at year-on-year, revenue 37% increase, non-GAAP operating profit 93.4% up, non-GAAP net income, net profit 110.4%, non-GAAP EBITDA 55%. As a result, earnings per share, non-GAAP basis 525.69 yen up, despite slight strong yen. We achieved these results. And this is the full year cash flow. The same as the previous one, which is a quarterly cash flow. The side is the end of the March 2025. And then with a cash trend, as you see, operating cash flow over the 616.5 billion yen, and investing cash flow 221.5 billion yen, financial cash flow 96.1, adjusted, and the free cash balance amounted to 470.7 billion yen. Operating cash flow, record-breaking number, and investment cash flow, the capex was 283.7 billion yen, mainly focusing on the 8th and 10th generation of BiCS FLASH. And gradually, as planned, we made investment in those technologies. And based upon the ample cash flow, so that we exercised refinancing. Specifically, we conducted senior loans refinancing, and we issued a corporate bond in July, dollar-based, and then we swapped to redeem the preferred stocks right after that to improve our financial status. Next slide, please. This shows a balance sheet. As you see in the lead-in, and equity has almost doubled. Left-hand side assets. And there are 2 bars, left-hand side FY24 and right-hand side FY25. And the right-hand side, you see the liabilities and equity, 24 and 25. Left-hand side assets. Overall aggregation. As you see, the numbers at the very top of the bar. Year 24, assets 2,919.7 billion yen. And 800 billion yen up to right now, the 3,690.1 billion yen. This is a breakdown. Start from the top, there is inventories. It went up from the 352.9 billion yen to the 412.6 billion yen. As you see on the right side, because the DRAM price is going up, therefore that we decided to accumulate a strategic inventory of DRAM. Therefore that we piled up a DRAM inventory, which pushed up our inventories. And the inventory days, 103 days. So it's not a significant increase, but it is due to the strategic DRAM inventory. And then the deferred tax assets has also gone down. And because of the equity, the highlight is, as I've said at the very beginning, at the very bottom, dark blue indicates equity. Year 24, 737.7 billion yen, and a 25% equity ratio. This time, dramatically increased 1,399.1 billion yen, 38% of the equity ratio, hitting the record high. And going to the next slide. This is the kind of the summary of the balance sheet, which is net D/E ratio, which has been dramatically improved. The last 2 years, net interest-bearing debt has been halved, equity has nearly tripled, and the net D/E ratio came down to 39%. The very bottom of this slide, FY24 on the left, and first quarter, second, third, fourth quarter, and next year, FY25, first, second, and third quarters. So the first quarter of 2024 and year compared to the fourth quarter of year 25. And you see the color legend on the right side. Interest-bearing debt is indicated blue. So from the left to right, this blue bar is gradually decreasing from the 1,167.6 billion yen of FY24, and the latest, the 552.1 billion yen. And the red bars, which shows the equity, left side, 513.6 billion yen, and the right side, and 1,398.9 billion yen, almost tripled, resulting in 39% of net D ratio. Net D ratio, looking at it, many companies are suffering from 100% of net D ratio, and then as you see that we have dramatically improved this number. And the next slide, we would like to share with this guidance. This is about the first quarter, April through June of this fiscal year. Inside, you see some items. And this time, we have changed the format of the guidance. We used to show a range, low end and a high end, and with a midpoint in the middle. But this time, we have decided to show you the standalone figures. There are several reasons behind it. Because of the midpoint calculation, assumptions to set up the midpoint remain unchanged. But the significance of having range and show it to you, we internally had discussion considering highly volatile industry, and that we realized that it wouldn't make much sense to showing the low end and high end of the range. Therefore, that we decided to take the standalone figures format, which is in the middle, Q1 guidance, revenue 1,750 billion yen. Then, the first quarter alone, and a non-GAAP operating profit, 1,300 billion yen. And the non-GAAP net income, 870 billion yen. And then the non-GAAP and the earnings per share, 1,593.15 yen. 841 yen up. And the exchange rate, 159 yen. Today, 158 yen, a little bit above today to a dollar, so almost close enough to the 3 months exchange rate for the first quarter. And right inside, you see the exchange rate sensitivity against the dollar for the revenue, 10 billion yen sensitivity with 1 yen movement against the dollar, and then 9 billion yen of the operating profit. That's a sensitivity. That was the fourth quarter financial and the first quarter's guidance. And the next section covers a summary of fiscal year 25. For us, it's the full year since the IPO, so that it's quite important summary. And then we hit the record high of the revenue thanks to our technology to support AI. There are 3 buckets: business activities and the performance of financial position, which has been improved, and also capital markets, and that we have thorough communication with the capital market. Left side, business activities. Our CEO and Mr. Fujikawa already mentioned 8th generation of BiCS Flash, and that we expanded the production of it because it's a really competitive product leading the market. And the next generation, BiCS8, or the BiCS Flash 8th generation, supported SSD, which ensured large capacity for the high performance. And then we ensure 245 terabyte with that technologies. And also that we launched K2 facility of Kitakami, and also that we changed the JV contract model to a compensation model so that we can get rewarded of what we offer or contribute to the joint venture. And the middle, performance of the financial position. And then we have dramatically improved the performance of the financial position, hitting the record of high for the 2 consecutive years. And also that we conducted the senior loan refinancing, and we issued corporate bond, and we redeemed the preferred stock, and also that we saw the rapid improvement of net DE ratio, so that we have the deeper interaction with the capital market. For example, that we achieved the Tokyo Stock Exchange prime market listing criteria. There are a lot of the criteria we have to meet, and especially because of the decline in the major shareholders ratio, and that we improved dramatically the liquidity of the shareholders structure to meet the criteria. So that we got included in various indices. MSCI Standard, for example, originated by Morgan Stanley, and also that we got included in K225. As you see in the side notes, both indices among the both, and then we ranked number 1 in terms of the stock price growth rate by those indices. And lastly, we would like to cover some our priorities, strategic priorities of FY26, which is overlapping with the comments by CEO. Number 1 is the technology leadership that will ensure, and that we will make sufficient investment to maintain our technology leadership. Specifically focusing on the 8th generation of BiCS Flash, as well as the launch of the 10th generation of it. And also supporting NVIDIA and leveraging the relationship with NVIDIA. And then that we will collaborate with them to develop technologies, and also that we will enhance our innovation and collaboration with a lot of the players, including ecosystem companies. And the examples to show here, KV Cache support CM series, and then the large capacity QLC, LC series, and the super high ops SSD we are going to launch. Second is the more resilience, taking advantage of the strong market situation, and that we are going to have ample cash, so that using it, that we are going to enhance our foundation. Number 1, that is the capex. We are planning 450 billion yen, as I said at the very beginning. Of course, that we will take the disciplined manner, setting the right or the appropriate hurdle rates to maintain the discipline of investment. At the same time that we will rigorously manage cost. And then that will ensure stable supply of DRAM through investment to Nanya, Taiwanese company, and also that we will consider some other initiatives to ensure stable supply. And then the early repayment planned in first quarter of senior loan. Also, that we leasing and also some other liabilities and debt, and that we will continuously review what we should do with those liabilities and debt. And also that we are considering the investment in growth, where to investing, and then the better capital efficiency, mainly focusing on ROIC, so that your shareholders' returns, such as the dividend, or there may be share buyback, or even beyond them, and that we are reviewing internally a broader types of those initiatives, and that we hope we will be able to talk more about these in upcoming IR Day in June. Thank you.
That's it?
No questions? God damn. Psh. Nvidia's up. That's a good sign. I'm losing my ass over here. Tony, what the fuck? I'm supposed to be the boss. Boss in New Jersey. $10 million in 2 stocks, what would I pick? Kiss my ass. I don't have to do... First of all, it doesn't matter how much money it is. It could be $10 or 10 million or 10 billion. You'd pick the same no matter what. Second, no, I don't have to listen to your rules of 2 stocks. It's fucking stupid. You either take the whole portfolio or you don't take anything. I'll beat it. I'm not long SanDisk. I've been short. I am long Killshot. Killshot. Huh. Oh, man. Maybe I should do some programming. Having a very unproductive day. What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me see. 285A, description. 29 trillion yen. That looks right. That's in the right number. Labrador. Yeah, that's right. 24 trillion yen. 29 trillion yen or 24 trillion yen? I have 7,445 shares outstanding. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong company. How many shares outstanding do you have? I have 541.
And we're showing 546, so pretty right. 29 trill.
Corporate debt is not illegal in Japan.
Microsoft earnings are tomorrow.
Clavador, are you saying, use a complete sentence?
Oh, the stock price is 44,550. It's probably using yesterday's price. I see.
I see.
Because the price dropped 20%. That's why it's got the old market cap. I'll file a report. It's not Tokyo Electron, Kyosha. Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you. I was confused.
I don't know where the market's going, that's for sure. It's a tough one. I don't think I've ever known where the market's going. What do I think of Terrafab? It's interesting that Elon sees the need to control his own manufacturing. He's always been a vertical manufacturing guy, but it's a very, very vertical. I wish I was gaming lately. The heal. Yeah, I would say that is bullish. It's kind of crazy bullish. How is Broadcom not down? That is crazy. I don't think so, Clavador. Hey. Yeah. That salad, like I like the salmon part, but the salad kind of sucks. Oh. Chicken? Okay.
You want fuck chicken?
No, I'll eat it. Thank you. I'm sure it's good. Thanks.
Welcome, man. Now I know you say you like the salmon.
We'll see how this goes.
Sauce is good too.
I'm not a spicy guy. It's good. Microsoft's tomorrow. chilly in here. Can't believe I'm eating vegetables. It's not appropriate. Wet foods over dry foods? I'm not a fucking cat.
I don't know, long top? Logo top? Annoying and concerning. Hot foods or cold foods? I mean, I think it depends. I guess I like both. Oh.
Oh, I have a very popular Discord. You should come hang out in it. Discord.gg/Martin Shkreli. How many tokens does Claude use on a SQL query on a 3 million row data set? Well, if you have tool use, hopefully, I don't know, 50,000? 100,000? I'm just guessing, I have no idea. Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so close to me. That's a lot of tokens. Why are you asking me if you already know? Microsoft talks about its cybersecurity stuff all the time. Yeah, let's go. Um, I think that's an entirely RAM contained process. So that sounds like an HBM exercise. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. I don't trade GameStop. No, I'm not so bullish on IPSCs. No, no Shanghai CXM for me. Venture capital in Chicago? Move to SF. You want to see Bud Bud? Why you want to see Bud Bud? Let me see if I got some Bud Bud. Here's a little Bud Bud for you. There he is. Listen in. What did Bud Bud have to say? Just playing with the water. He's a little guy. There's a little penguin. Penguin hoodie, that's his favorite. Okay, where you going, Bud Bud? What? What? He's like, ow, face first. What are you, a doggy? A little doggy.
What are you up to?
What the heck? Splash, splash, splash. Face in the water. Yeah, little dude, what is that? That's Bud Bud. He's just checking the water, you know? What's that all about? Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand. You guys know the Police? You like the Police? Not the actual Police. The band. Bud Bud. I'll call him Bud Bud because he's not just my bud. He's really my best friend. So one bud isn't enough. You gotta go Bud Bud. You know? Just Bud Bud. Well, you gotta check it out on Godel, Marcus. Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand. Don't stand.